Meat. It is good to occasionally stop and zoom in and appreciate all the detail that is built up in the animations. Anyway, biolabs. Generating powerful biodata. In between sessions, it occurred to me that a change that could be made to this loadout. Put the cryo packs onto the shared belt with the magma, and then have the bio beakers on this bonus lane and have them circulate. Which might be the way to go. Yeah, having described that now, let's get to doing exactly that. Bio beaker on here, and another one could be loaded onto the lane without concern. Just needs to successfully cycle. Every lab already has a loading arm. From that point, there is enough room that I can open up access port. Base functionality, a loop. Extrude that loop out to a position where I can side load it off of this splitter. Like so. Bioscience off of here. Circulate it. Well, no, this doesn't need to request space because I'm already requesting space over there. Planetary beaker types can just be shuffled over there and tossed back in at their leisure. Yeah. Valuable adjustments. Wait, which platform is currently requesting Foundation? Oh, no, well, no, heat block is stationary. Hmm. Well, wouldn't have been any harm to deliver that to Void Block. I've also shifted a lot of concrete already, so I can cut off the request for more brick for now. And those cryo beakers aren't in the way, so they can keep circulating on the inner belt until they get used. Should be all of the supply chain considerations needed to get to 5. Orange. Ah, and another bio shipment is dropping right now. Good on it. Good stuff. Yeah, it looks like it peaks at close to 200 science per minute. And those cryo beakers are bound to get scooped. Only one's still in stock here until I go manually grab food from the fridge. 480. up, and the machine is still running. Fuel supply is looking a bit lax. Okay, that's because all the everything is going to rocket fuel. Just that remotely. They make rocket fuel when there is more than 3,000 fuel cube in the buffer. Prioritize heating over storing fuel value for space travel. Supply is healthy, the ice is moving. No shortage of platform with which to continue to extrude. Good stuff. Continue to build up that ice. Once the legend is made real, all sorts of miscellaneous setups might break. Anything that was not future-proofed for the arrival of the legend. Those can be fixed as needed. No research will just sort of proceed as prescribed. Just need enough cryo data to invent the railgun, then build railguns, build fusion reactors along the way, and create minimum viable tool to go beyond. Likely not an actual minimum, there's all manner of optimization which could be done. And likely already has been done to great extent. Launch up more fuel capsules. Hardly spent any of them on the last trip since Solar Array has done so well to catch up. Once again, very satisfied with how numbers in practice worked out here. Took only a little bit of a setup to viably create the next tier of point defense. Could start planning ahead for what it takes to build railgun ammo. No, it's already there. Maybe start casting wire as well. Just start slapping those together. Hidden assemblers. "25-second base build time." The rate of fire for the railgun is 0.5. And it would need different ammo delivery systems. For the Victory Tour, I could probably get away with an all-forward layout. Ship will be in motion and simply will not stop. Okay, I might need to go grab more cryo stuff. Satisfied enough with that lab layout. Might not be much need to return to Novice in person. You open up the throttle for the Gleepum leg of the journey. Okay, all of my purple panels are in action. Good to see him. And I'm actually stocked up on copper again. Alright, so unrestricted fuel flow. 130 is my max speed sustained anyway. Without adding more fuel production. Leaving the throttle up 100 is fine. Lets me have something in reserve. usual amount of slow boating. Or is the actual trip there 100,000? And then, yeah, when you're doing Shattered Planet Labs, you have a lot of space to work with. Rocket's now at 860 damage. That was 774 after resistance. Yeah, still 3-shotting. Will take a lot of damage ups to push that number. So if I could get a sturdy enough supply of explosive rounds going. Especially for the journeys out into the even deeper space. Those might work out well. You'll love to see it. Steady outward progress. And the radar has managed to detect numerous islands. Alright, so additional oil Multiple additional fluorine, more oil over there. Haven't seen another lithium island yet. Fluorine over there. Wait, no, there's one. Both of these are lithium. So, plenty of material out there, awaiting use. How's our production rate? 29. Ice supply has successfully caught up. So I could lay down a couple more of these and probably still be within bounds. Cost of each of these is 4.2 fluorine. Yeah, even the single cryo plant there does the job nicely. Bring another lithium furnace. That is the next point I would run into. Yeah, the ice supply is quite capable. In fact, let's see what the... Yeah, 150 is about right for having ice backed up onto the belt. Continuity all the way down here. So I've been created that spot. The line where a conveyor is heading out. Now go about adapting this. .3 versus 0.5. So to expand these, it would also end up needing additional cryo plant here. This would almost run 2 furnaces. the jump there, because then I need somewhere to bring the heat pipe through. Alright, I need to slide these down a step.
Beep.
And even just going up to a single pair does the job here. With room to extend the pattern. Facilitate dropping down cryo plants. Some substitutions on the module spread. Still gets the job done. find room for more in the warehouse. Put it out. And run a 2K shipment. Right. Last go around, I automated a few more aspects of the process here. Need delivery of the beakers to be hands-off. And this can all work by flyby. That's not a complicated thing to do. Good stuff. What are these doing in motion? They're all firing. Lithium supply looks like it might overstretch. As anticipated. But all the equipment is in place to extend this. Just about. Change up holmium loading. But otherwise, everything to do with the fluids is there. The fluorine did not have to stop off here. That's a misplacement. Well, it's a way for it to go over and access that. Have an open lead to go north if it had to. All that has to happen at this machine. Unloading the raw lithium. Tunnel there to provide heat tube access. It would be nice if more powerful heating systems existed. Or even just more options within this framework, yeah. Then changing up helium delivery, which can be as simple as moving this tunnel back, burrowing underneath factory there. Yes, that's redundant defrosting of that pipe. What connection there? That on the surface just for being low on material currently. There we go. Frost. Boy. Slightly more lithium. Yeah, the main tactic I would see use of, I think, if I wanted to make a really big Aquilo setup, would be decentralizing, planning each module around a local heating tower, and then delivering fuel, because fuel has not been difficult to produce here at all. Was the initial crunch of getting a hot enough batch of steam to run turbines. since properly securing that. Local power has been fine. Especially since a lot of the antics I've been doing here in order to allow for a single vast sprawling radiator tube become a bit unnecessary if you're just using many small heat grids instead. Been doing this to play around with the design constraint of the heat pipe. Cannot be buried, must be on the surface, must be uninterrupted. Everything else must snake around it. Like the central heat is successfully keeping things up here. Building train stations here would be interesting. Watch the beginnings of seeing people discuss how they're doing their train layouts. Because the rails, the stock, and the locomotives and the stations, none of that freezes. But the loading arms, and the fluid pumps, and the fluid storage, all of that requires defrosting. That imposes limits on how you can build your stations, how much throughput you can get from a station here. Or to just like briefly spry back across the cosmos. It's like a fluid loading station actually wouldn't be affected much because you already have gaps between the pumps here. So you would just need pipe to ground between the pumps and the supply tube. And then a heating conduit can just be right there. And then you would need elevated rail sections if you wanted to heat both sides of a track, to allow the heat tube to slide underneath. Or separate heaters on each side. Making the rail itself requires stone delivery, but stone delivery has proven to be not difficult. Alright, do we have 2K on the platform? Looks like we do. Yeah. And need to properly hand off rocket launch parts. Were I planning this again, I would have like the cargo pod and the main launch silo next to each other. This works out well enough though. Need more conveyor tunnel. First make some basic build. Definite thing to enjoy about this auto build setup, that it does, by its own rules, keep itself pre-stocked with a good amount of build material. it all nice and visible out on the deck. Right, that should be enough. 5 each for tunnel. Any excess I will just roll up into more normal conveyor belt. Yeah, ship security. The square cube law is your friend here. The line square law. Your amount of threatened surface area protect will grow slower than the amount of volume. The threatened perimeter grows slower than the working surface area. This would be even more the case if you decided to round out the shape of the ship. Whatever approximation of a circle you would like. Or any other polygon. If flight speed is your goal, then there's some manner of prime ratio you would want to maintain between number of engines and width and length and total mass. But for just raw internal economy of the platform, Factory must grow. Yeah, there are probably other further antics you can do for pipe management for fuel into engines. And I have seen with other people using this echelon cross-feeding setup, pointing it the other way, so the center line engine is the one furthest out. The rest of it arcs back toward the deck of the ship. Yeah, I guess there might also be viable, jagged setups. Engine layouts with teeth. Well, as many different points throughout the run have shown, the game overall is pretty firmly designed around relatively small setups being viable. If you achieve any throughput, that's throughput. Non-zero is infinitely larger than 0. You can always scale up. You can always optimize. But that's all room to grow. Turning to Volcanus. Has Volcanus seized up again? Nope. Magma beakers are flowing nicely. Good. Very good. Farm is great. Bionog continues to cycle. Where is fruit? Fruit is currently loading. Okay, this is another situation where, like, the rules I had set up previously are not quite gelling with higher volumes of production. This still works, though. It just means the train is going to take a while to build a full cargo of fruit, and then it will all deploy together. These definitely need adjustment. Filter those so they will at least drop any spoilage that happens to form in their hands. Could send the ox out to replace these arms. The farm is doing fine. And of course, Fulgora. Currently no magnet beakers in stock. Conductors that want green ships. Deliveries of new material hung up on the excess of holmium. The casting of holmium ore have to happen on the surface here. No. Possible to export this stuff. You could ship the rocks, you could ship the fluid. Yeah, the solution doesn't require any magnetic field. Powerful. For this situation, just too much rock. and it gets liquefied, so there's no need to qualitate it. This is purely an inventory control measure. Squeeze the rocks until they are smaller rocks. That is enough to allow the train to unload. Pick up more, and then the trash sorter will resume cycling. Balance is restored. Final void block, you have built a patch of regular tunnel, so start upgrading it. Power system looking fine. Yeah, they already have a full tank of steam. I go to map view here. Draw out the diagram. I could combine these onto one belt. Have them step away first. Then link up. Emulators over here. Yes, there's my hookup, and then it will be burrow over here, burrow over there. Okay, yeah, they've all gone through now, so grease them up. The final stage. Yeah, just as a general Good practice. Go ahead and put some energy conservation into those. Those will continue to drop as they complete. Everything else that the reinforced concrete does here is make more cryo labs. Just shy. Send that cargo back to Novice. Void Block has proven itself capable of making the journey. Go there, empty out your cryoscience packs, and then return. Passenger present as a way to tell it to hold position. Reaching this threshold of having a good, complete general purpose assembly chain in orbit just opened up so much. Even running with the furnaces rather than the foundries, it's complete turnaround. Which, for as valuable as all of the other things from the other planets are, getting an autonomous space platform running is a pretty strong argument for, like, Gleba then Vulcanus as an order. Right, because that's how you get crude coal liquefaction. Well, no, this opens when you touch calcite, so you get this. You can get this early from advanced asteroid cracking. So yeah, just Gleba. Now that I have space nuclear, switching to regular coal liquefaction might be a good idea in orbit. 'Cause yeah, now any planet that has void block parked over it has launch capability. As long as they have or can build a silo. Could punch a hole to move that closer. All of this is artificial ice. Ice Convoy would want more than one ship if I were creating a long-term supply chain. Have them circulating routinely. Which brings me to, I think, the other, like, big thing missing from space logistics in its current state. Having a way to directly transfer items between ships in the same orbit has already been spoken of. But then also having ships able to signal each other and thus key off of each other for logistical activation. Okay, if you're waiting for the cryo stuff here, switch back to asteroid mining just to have something to do with your bio beakers. Cryoscience approaching. Boon. Like, I have the abandoned footprint of this setup of having a static satellite at each planet, and then shuttles doing the rounds. But a suitable substitute would be if you had a collection of shuttles and could just program into their schedules to, like, tag out. If one shuttle could be on station, detect when the next one in the chain has arrived, and then scoot off down the line. Timers is a way you might be able to approximate it. Or I can picture some manner of jank system where you have an item whose physical presence you use as a signal. have the platforms pass a football between each other by dropping it to the surface and then having it launched back up. Some sort of cube. Presence or absence could govern the flow of the system. Okay, so has delivery is complete. Search back to legendary. Finish the job. Also this highlighting another missing link, another potential hook that could be put into the workflow for like your long-term mega base operations. It is done. The future. Level beyond purple. What are we gonna do with all that purple wire? Turn it into approximately 1/4 as much orange wire. Though creating some sort of large volume of orange things is beyond the scope of this run. Left is an exercise to the viewer. Figure out that quantum. Yeah, it was one of the more expensive blue technologies. $2,500. Other 4,000 to have reactor and railgun. And discovering the Prometheum pack unlocks Shattered Planet as a destination. That is mission critical. Need to actually produce any of them. But you must acknowledge production of quantum chips can now begin. Well, alright, need to bring in the fiber, the tungsten. Oh, and apply liquids. This is much more complicated. Also, superheats fluorine. Alright. We go set this up down on the floor somewhere. Here, I suppose, is a good enough spot. Right, this isn't done in cryo. Oh, quantum chip. In, hot fluorine out. And the rest. Only one of each. Down all the tungsten you can find. All the carbon fiber you can find, and I will have to have Void Block do some more flybys of other planets. Anyway, to return to a subject I had started to speak of a moment ago. Another missing link in the setup is a way to programmatically switch your current research in response to your science inventory. To maintain science uptime. I would believe there's a mod for that. Is cryo on deck, so asteroid productivity to the back. Continue fusion research. Gora, wonderful as always, and is, just by way of the botnet, able to send more superconductors as needed. Yep, the magnet science is flowing again. Annis is already set up for carbide export. Liba. Bring carbon fiber from the farm. Okay, it's on the bot network, so I could just use a requester to get it over here. Or also with the auto launch on. That would just pass itself up. So, meat van. Carrying so much calcite. Calcite turns out quite abundant in the space. Might have to deal with that. West a bunch of calcite. Down here, that will help thin out the problem. Here, dial that up. Means I could be running much larger smelting operations on Novice. Off of mostly just the one satellite. You'll love to see it. That interrupted the idea of having Meat Van just also request a heap of carbon fiber. Is the launch size for that? Yeah, 500. So, one launch of carbon fiber. Novice will then request back down. Have on hand so I can collect it with a flyby. Or no. Meat Van, don't worry about that. Well, it's already launching. So I won't do the automated drop-off. Or I will once. I'm not even sure how many quantum chips I'm going to need in order to do thing. I may as well contextualize that. So I'm going to build at least one fusion reactor. It's $250 for the reactor. $50 for each generator. This converts fluorine to plasma 1-to-1. Generator converts the plasma back into fluorine, also 1-to-1. Hot fluorine, which needs to be cooled. But the cooling process is also still conserved. So it's a closed cycle for the coolant, for the working fluid. And it is just the power cells. Be made via external supplies. And are allowed to stack 50 to a rocket. First batch of cryoscience already up. Yeah, it might balance itself out. And yes, I've already hauled a bunch of tungsten to Novice, so I can just pick that up from Novice on my next lap. For the chips. Plates for the fuel cells. $30 per minute. And we'll send Void Block off to deliver again. Van is at Galeba. Meat van has received. Van is waiting to restock on ammunition before it flies. Off you go. Galeba is on the way. I could also just pick up the carbon fiber directly. If I end up needing more of it. I actually moved it in the wrong direction by staging it over there. Overall science supply still looking good. Waiting on next bio delivery. On its way. Reasonably effective local convoy system. $100 quantum processors per railgun. Okay, in the stats there were max consumption and max output. As opposed to constant consumption, which is the stat used on nuclear. Yes, these will behave more like a regular boiler or a heat exchanger. They will innately, internally throttle themselves. Don't need any special considerations for how to process the fuel cells. Feed in cryo plants across the board. Let me create a better control valve for this. Set up a tank of hot fluorine. Very good and normal thing for any factory to have. Say when hot fluorine is less than 5k. Run the fluorine machine. Yeah, the changeover when you first install any of the super buildings is quite nice, quite pronounced. Over here to this convenient middle lot. Stage construction. Fusion bits. Generator. Yeah, the fuel cells do need ammonia. That one should be over here, so we can conveniently tap into the pipeline. Who will be reactor? Quality, all of them. Out each machine. Bring in parts. These superconductors, but I could bring in fresh superconductors. Void block is on its way back to Novice. I can automate this return process. So yeah, go to Novice, empty out your cryo beakers. And pick up the carbon fiber. Or, no, if I'm making the round trip anyway, do this more smoothly. Drop off the cryo beakers. Go to Vulcanus. Pick up tungsten. Tungsten that's already on Novice can be 4. Doing Novice things for building heavy equipment on site. Or just for sitting around and looking nice. Pick up carbide, pick up plate. Travel to Dora. Pick up him. Pick up superconductors. Travel to Gleba, pick up carbon fiber. I think I have room for all of that here in the space warehouse. Right, I've got the request for that over on the normal pile. I've been categorized out. Then having done all of that, you will proceed to Aquilo and wait. And you do not need to ask for any carbon. It'll take a bit for Void Block to finish that patrol. Get 1,000 of everything. And then there will be a rebuild where I install the fusion reactor, set up railgun ammo production. Presence of the fusion core will free up a lot of deck space for the assembly side of things. I can make some fuel cells right away. Everything those need is currently on site. But the fuel cells don't gain anything from quality. These can be normal. The only reason to qualitate them would be in pursuit of like upcycling lithium and holmium, which there are better places to do that. Okay, that is bioscience. Use now the limiter. So that I'm moving enough cryopacks to keep things happening. Alright, tungsten launches are recurring. So we'll need a cryoplant in orbit. One coolant machine providing enough service to run the generator. Alright, so baseline stats, 1 reactor, 2 generators, 1 cooling rig. At whatever quality is emerge from the process. Already quite a bit of energy stored. And to circulate through that, I need to bottle some fluorine. Steel drum of hot fluorine, as you do. Can be hot or cold for shipping purposes, either way works. Device exceeded. Production here, I guess so. Yeah, it's 6 machines, that is more capacity, so I need another cooler. And yes, I have seen many agree, and I will now join them in agreeing that it seems weird that a hot fluorine tube does not heat up. That fluorine, open brackets, 180 degrees, is the name of the substance, but it never exchanges heat. Except when put through the official relabeling process. I can acknowledge that it would make things wildly more complicated if hot fluorine were in fact any fluorine that is kept above this temperature. Requiring constant monitoring of the exact temperature of every unit of fluorine at every point in the system. It keeps things computable. The new tech. Also do things like invent the super soil just to spin the wheels. A 100 barrels can be launched in a single go. A lot of liquid to work with. Void block still waiting on. It's 250 per launch, so that's quite a while. You're out of rocket fuel? Ever automated rocket fuel delivery to the silo. Thing to do. There, I just need to have somebody go and snap together delivery line. I decided to run some planets without logistic bots. For the most part. There is a crew of bots at the launch pad here. There we go. It does highlight that I don't have auto delivery of the blues structures either. Structure machine also currently jammed. As will happen. There's a much stronger backlog of those though. That might last long enough. Right, I dropped that assembler over there. One stack of fluorine barrels. May as well. That should be more than enough working fluid for a small fusion power setup. Void block will be receiving the rest of its heavy metal. Agora. Will be. Fuel is empty. All site. Missing. Oxide machines are not set. These stack arms are hesitating to unload ice. Did my signals get garbage? Calcite less than white signal. Q1 is less than 255. Should you not be? These are the mysteries. Oh, these are they're set to receive their recipe remotely. They're clogged on oxide chunks. Oxide quota too high. Asteroid belt itself is a bit clogged. I need to rein this in to like 200 each. I think that's the fundamental issue at play here. But wait, why are there over 1,000 oxide chunks on the belt? Is one of these collectors not being regulated properly? You two don't have your control signals. You have the signal, but you weren't told to use it for anything. There we go. So that overloaded the belts. Need a bit of slack in order to be able to catch up. Good thing this happened in the safety of the inner system. These are able to release those oxide pieces. Create a little bit of slack for the temporary detour. That bubble travels the rest of the way around to here. There we go. And as long as any of them are unjammed, then circulation will continue, and eventually the excess material will be crunched down. All 800 surplus oxide will get re-rolled into stuff. I wanted to have made this a shorter loop the other way. Would have been the route to take. It is what it is, though. Okay, the weapon itself is made in a cryo plant. Those real low temperatures to set the superconductors. Build it over here. And quality, go looking for high grade railgun. Learning of the Promethean pack. My understanding of ending conditions is the last mandatory research. Here, everything else is various degrees of flex. Woodblock, during its travel time, can start planning out bow production. Ooh, how do I have things set up? Not so much something that must be planned. It's not going to use the main ammunition belt. Calcite was cutting off ammunition by way of metal, but that's all restored now. Partially restored. We'll need a bit more unjamming effort. Oh, and because the belt jammed with oxides specifically, it could be in a state of demanding more kinds of rock. But not being able to unload them. There's all kinds of minerals waiting to be crushed in here. Just need to happen in the right balance. Anyway, yeah, the railguns aren't going to use the main ammo belt. They'll have their own setup. Mounting points will have to depend on the exact size of the footprint and the size of the firing arc. Probably just like cut spaces out for them over there and over there. Explosives don't travel through the core. Need them to branch off of rocket production. Currently held up on the same belt problems. Many space rocks. .9 shot per second. Machine. Almost .2 now. The same materials. Platform does. Getting closer to self-cleaning. That might be enough pressure relief to restore circulation. Especially since that has all the shufflers rolling. The 5 of these would almost run 2 guns full time. Make more tiny speed modules. job. I leave the Omni tank at the oil refinery. Well-worn path. So that the perimeter eventually achieved a nice equilibrium. Fancier security setups are possible, but were not necessary. Again on reds. On wire delivery. Wire mistake. Where is my wire? Stuck on high quality copper. recycling machine is jammed. Because I have nothing making purple wire. Yeah, that would do it. Okay, inline fix here. Left, send. This one over to making wire. Cycle that conveyor back around. Same here. This too is the legend. Legendary quality ore was already being siphoned over here by way of the current rules. Circulation may be restored. Yes, this can wait. For a little bit, since I need. Plan out how weapons will actually be mounted. Good baseline though, to just have splitter here on the center line ready to distribute in both directions. You are now at Gleba waiting for carbon fiber. Auto launch is enabled. That's a logistic box. Oh, this is mislabeled, right. Oh, was from when I was going to stop over and change things out. Use Novice as a middleman. No blues. Greens because no wire, because too much uncommon wire, and that arm never got installed. Boxes. That was, for some time, that was a supplier for making bulk arm. Now it's been freed up to do other things. These to be available on the network. Better material handling. No iron. Is too much uncommon iron. There we go. And probably restored quick enough. Bio deliveries won't be too badly impacted by that. I have all this untapped inventory. Let me supplement Sheen. Quester over here. That'll keep the lights on. Yeah, the supplies are flowing again. Carbon delivery will happen shortly after the next shipment of biojuice will be on its way. Okay, the collectors have successfully emptied internal stores mostly. Bit more backlog that needs unloading. Glowing calcite exists. Carbon and sulfur, hard at work. Important that the rocket supply has resumed as we start heading back to the outer system. All the other side belts successfully emptied back onto the main loop. That would suggest that pressure is back down to normal. In future asteroid crushing setups, I would probably pivot away from dynamic recipes back to just having dedicated columns of each machine, controlling which one is firing by material feeds. Alright, the ship will be back shortly. Orion is nice and topped off. Lithium supply is healthy. Cryo beakers piling up. Ship is in dock. Those are being auto-distributed. One stack. Hand over to the fuel cell machine, which is doing fine. Yeah, we got energy in cans. Carbide for the chips. Powerful stuff, just spilling out onto the floor, all the bounties of space. I can throttle back some of these demands then to only load a few at a time. Actually, I can get more of this concrete out of there. Or just leave it alone, it's doing a job. Carbon. Initiating the process. Both of you want superconductor. Plate. The plates haven't dropped down yet. And a gun machine. 50 per gun, so fair enough for a batch like that. 2 to 4 guns seems about right for the main battery. Power grid. Okay, it's just that I spiked energy demand drastically. By running this thing. Base could send down another beacon. I have any beacon in stock. Temple beacon. Assemble beacons and then drop some efficiency 2s. Some beacons already arrived. Slightly rein in the immense power draw. Questing the tungsten plate yet. Not that on order. If I have more heat exchangers, I could just expand the steamworks. The heat is there to do much more power. Ah, these are still getting up to operating temperature. There's a bit of thermal shock to add all that mass at once. one and then the other. $76 megs. Heat exchanger. Exactly matching the output of this burn tower. Means we'll get a bit less than that because of the energy cost of keeping everything defrosted. Which could just as well be compensated for by adding a second burn tower. Obeying the same laws as the first. Power problem resolved. Quantum chips slowly begin to flow. $350 for the reactor. For the generators. For the whole apparatus. All the plating. Now, plates for the guns. Should get more than one of this machine online. Have more in stock on the void block. Quite a few. Yeah, space operations getting back to normal. So I should make room to set up both the fusion core and the fission core. Fission core has plenty of fuel left to burn through. And might also just be sufficient to make the run for the outer system on its own. Is there any briefing about the system edge? No. I can know from reading books that rock big. How many of them will there be? With 5,000 health and 3k/10% physical resistance. Single baseline common railgun shell deals 6,300 damage and will simply crack one of these in one clean hit. So much carbon. Delicious. The input goods here. If I can, take a little bit more elaboration of the plumbing. Okay, not that much. hundreds of chips just to get the railguns sorted out. So many chips. I did bring a lot of raw material. Maybe speed can take priority over productivity. Yeah, I brought 1,000 of each thing. The import thing. Which means I'm getting 1,500 quantum chip out of that shipment at least. That's enough to cover business expenses. Get one railgun finished so that I can start sizing up how it fits on the hull. Well, I guess I can also do that just with holograms. Oh, there is the shape. Which is a pretty reasonable arc. Need to be confident that it will hit. Will engage and destroy. Or anything slips into its blind spot. Tiles wide. By the nature of it, I cannot hide it behind an armor shroud. That is coverage out to there. I had secondary forward gun there. That's enough of an umbrella. Prioritize giants. Fire on only giants. Gross waste of resources and power to fire this at anything but. Yeah, they can be rotated, so you can have corner guns. Also, you are warned. These are direct fire weapons. They do not arc at all. This is a no-fly zone. 4 spaces where these go. And the raw energy requirements to launch are your strong incentive to be running fancy power. But we're using nuclear. I would want to be sure to roll out more heat exchanger for it to actually reach the peak output of the core. Free up a lot of deck space to work with, though. My loading system. Nice and simple. Make a lot more tunnel. Need to, want to. Could put more of this over the surface. Job fine. Tunnels to complete that setup. Tunnels cost 5 belt each to start. To make 100 common belt and use that to make 20 tunnel sections. Plus the extra slack created by just cycling material around. Latency on the return conveyor. First 200 ships. Ties to one of these thermal tubes. There we go. Those were linked up from over here. one higher quality generator. But I'll use the extra tungsten plate that I have to try and roll for an uncommon fusion core. Fine use of time and resources. Go. And yeah, orbital blue production is going to be gradual. Iron plate. The iron caster is doing all it can to catch back up. Gonna have a lot of work to do. Yeah, that was all the conveyor available, so now you flip to reds. And I can always skim off the prongs here. Tuck in the wings. Novice used all of its cryoscience. Purple. Some of which is getting made. So, research is also no longer the thing that controls this run. It's all waiting on supplies. If we're spacing them a little wider, I could probably get away with 2 main guns. Railgun damage, definitely unnecessary. Well, for what I'm doing. When you're going out to the beyond, Promethium asteroids are stronger than the common materials. Same armor spread, more HP. So these would care about having damage ups on your railguns. It want good vision. 64 megs. Carrying 2 more turbines. But no exchangers. But I could send exchangers back up from the surface. No, also, the 22 megawatts there would cover the 4 main guns. With only a smidge extra. But would want at least a third turbine worth of steam. But going up to just 2 heat exchangers there would mostly cover demand. As long as I create room for them. Not receiving any more brick. Fold up the concrete machine. Find a slightly different route. Or wait, that is an attachment point on the corner. Ranger could go right there in line with this water pipe. Only the only real thing. The reinforcer is there, hypothetically. It can stay there by inertia. Okay, all tunnels red-shifted. Now for blue. Extra steam turbines get to be nice and cozy up against the molten iron tube. Prime real estate. How to get the steam out of there. Okay. Back on the surface, things to return to orbit. Heat exchanger. Up the barrel of fluorine on this run. start to send up some of the fusion parts. Gone 3 out of 4. Priority will be making a reactor of any quality. Right, and I also have to send up a cryo plant to be the cooling system. Low on blue chips. As is bound to happen. Alright, so we've got the upgrade. Fission power spliced in. Reheat the core. Forge is the fusion reactor. Start planning what this looks like out in the abyss. Fluids in one side, plasma out the other. Okay, you're slimmer than 2 of those side by side, but you are the same length. Kind of feeling this as a setup. Reasonably compact, minimal wasted space. there a stronger Tetris that I could do to try and fit it more tightly together? And then, like, yeah, assembler to crack open the initial barrels. And the fusion cells just get consumed entirely in the process to shreds. Thing remains. How much deck space do I need? Not much. Thinking I'll break down the manufacturing section. I can also recreate that in other parts of the deck without too much trouble. The whole nature of it is to be modular anyway. Ammo delivery tunnels have been built. Or not, alright, that was gun 2. Not gun 3 made earlier. Yeah, so it just needs to be interfaced right there. Most of the manufacturing deck will be taken down. Signed. Munition supply is stacking up nicely. Get inventory wire to read the stock railgun rounds. Alright, that'll cover most of it. I can't sneak there unless I just move that back. Set up one of my electrical towers. Signal post. 440 rounds. Good. Make this more rectangular. Just have this on the end here. The hot soup. Concept of the platform between those. Pipes can connect. For whatever reason, it doesn't want to project that. Okay, something like that. That slots in a little nicer. Especially if I then move fluid priming machine over here. Fuel loading arm over here. That's fairly clean now. Concrete reinforcer will come out. Can do that now. This stays in because it's part of the ammo supply chain. Do you have any other work for this? Circuit stack is still doing all that it can. Alright, this was gun 3. Yet to be launched. One more to complete the main battery. Might be worth it to send the platform over to some unspecified planet that might have a readily available surplus of processing units. An open contract for any world that feels capable of fulfilling the requirements of the mission. I can continue to free up deck space in anticipation of the machine. Placed enough heat pipe. Not going to be any more sprawl on Aquilo. All of the ammo conveyor belt is online. How much blue did they drop off? Just enough to have this one rocket out and ready. It'll do. And because I planned this with common, throw a filter on this arm in case. Take the new power plant. Start activating pieces of it. One step at a time. Never wound up using this thing. And all sorts of marginal spaces to slide bits of solar panel in. Need the core. This hunting barreler gets upgraded to good. And if I'm reading the stats right, I should be able to just unconditionally shove fusion power cells into the machine. It will do as it likes. Concerned that the end pieces here don't seem to be gluing on yet. Maybe that'll only click into place once they know. Or is the plasma not allowed to move through tubes? Maybe it requires a direct weld between the parts. That is how it goes. Okay, so these need to be slid back a bit in order to interface with the core. Looks good. And then the hot coolant is allowed to travel through normal pipes. That would be why they have all these cross-feed ports. That's for building much larger fusion setups. Shocking that I can't just take the blood of the sun and put it through an ordinary pipe. Alright, good. They're loading up another pack. Well, another 100 chips for the final gun. Then 250 for the core. That'll be more than enough processors to get things put together. Request size here for the transport. Things you do while waiting for the bus. Especially with the dialing up our hot power options. Going to trim the wings preemptively. If I leave them out there, they're going to get pulverized. Like, visualize the firing arc there. Having yeah, that's about the line. Having that much of the firing arc to react versus that much. That'll provide better security. Quite like the idea of having angled guns. Maybe, like if I had made a little crown over there, sketch out in the abyss again, if some kind of setup like three guns. That's a pretty nice firing arc combined between them. The setups that I have seen briefly for people making attempts at the Shattered Planet is just all forward high density, which, yeah, that makes sense. For you're going up, you just want maximum forward firepower. You make the gun wall. I like what has resulted from this now. I like the importance of the center line, of guarding the core. Rocket supply good and healthy. Yeah, the ammo magazine is basically filled. Oh, and the ship has arrived, so let me orchestrate my supplies here. Get more chips. The last 50 pack of tubes should be enough here. All my thermal needs. Alright, last of the main guns. Ready in the forge. Nice. Three-dot cannon. Now, roll for any reactor. In 200 chips. It's 12 per minute. Taking a real sample. Okay, yeah, evening out to 12 per minute. Or no, that's with older data in mind. 27 per minute. Cycling up nicely. And meanwhile, we'll get stronger gun installed. Longer direct fire range also translates into a wider protected arc. Rude. Go for a security patrol. Something to do while waiting for the chips. Okay, where's the one that has suffered recent damage? One of you. You, down there. So why wasn't your ammunition topped off? Leave you parked outside of the logistics network? Surely no. That's fine. Okay, there we are. Some material getting moved. The bots were just busy. No shortage of supply. The wheels continue to spin. The meat continues to think. Blue and purple. Both. Shortage of red. That red due to green machine clogging on having never considered the possibility of a legendary circuit. Strange and wondrous new reality. Orange dots. Flow restored. That time. Quantified. What you got? Got a bunch of ammo wound up in the core as well. This legacy conveyor belt. Flip the direction on this and use that to unload that excess railgun ammo back into the system. A lot of rounds. Cryo cooler installed. Efficiencies in there. Common fusion core. It'll do. Alright, everything should be in place. Has internal capacity for 1,000 fluorine. This tunnel back. Explicitly bend this conveyor over. So, fusion. Yes. Core is hot. Turbines just chilling out. Oh wait, no, I need to be there in person if I want to launch any more of those fuel canisters. I think I'll be good though. I have many kinds of power. Right, cancel all other destinations. Guns are installed. Ammunition stacked. Stove is hot. We fly. Eye on the throttle. We'll have an initial boost of speed and then the fuel regulator will kick in. Big. Strongest minerals. Good to have that confirmation. Theory put into practice. Also, that's how good the reflexes are on the railguns. That one will be ignored. Comfortably out of range. Phantom guns over here. That's not going to be at some kind of trick angle that will smash into the flanks. And then, like, just a half-reading material open as the ship navigates hostile waters. Point defenses operating on margins. They do the jobs they were designed for. But yeah, so it's powers of 3? Three and 3 and 3. Then 2 at the bottom. 2, 6. 18. 54 usable mineral chunks from breaking down each max-size asteroid. Price of 1 railgun shot and 9 impact rockets. That's a situation where the explosive rounds would have a chance to shine, since they would get to hit the fragments while they're all still grouped together. Increase speed slightly. Look at that iron. Letting that one go by. It had best not be on some kind of angle that will scrape the hull. You're basically parallel, right? Wait, which weapon is trying to just tickle the sides of this thing? It's taking chip damage. What are you doing? These guns never receive their priorities at the back. Do your programming. And these ones also never got the rules. There we go. Wasting bullets yelling at big rocks. Oh, how does this look on the production chart? Bullet and rocket. Fancy bullet. Yeah, only firing a few rounds per minute. Maybe a little faster than that. Healthy ammunition backlog, though. Regular bullets running a bit hot. Rockets also running a bit hot. Might have to rely on the magazine. The depth of ammo storage to keep things going. Damage to the hull. Where? Use that as a sign that I should slow down. It was a small impact over here somewhere. Repair packs were put to use. There's some kind of delay on those, you know, so they don't simply make you invulnerable. Do the normal rules apply? If I just make it to the halfway point, is it possible to coast at minimal speed? Ammunition problems, cut speed further. Bullets are not keeping up with demand. Don't need gears. Cast more iron plate. Trade up both of these assemblers. Got another stack arm? No, but I can settle for bulk. The material is there. And everything is suitably backed up in terms of raws. Steel is part of the tool chain. Copper is also part of the tool chain. Increasing the iron supply might be enough here. Let's see, it's 9 iron running 1 bullet machine. Those 2 forges together don't quite cover all of it. The steel is for the least expensive part of the ammunition setup, so yeah, let's just go all in on iron plate. Fusion just barely needing to turn. You also lack programming. That's what's bleeding out all my ammunition. Corner batteries that didn't have their priorities. %60 of the journey and rising. Bullet supply very low. Rocket supply still healthy. Both reactors running fine. Fuel supplies abundant. And if you do have a ship strong enough to idle out here, this sure is a lot of material to work with. Frankly, the circuit column here shouldn't be running right now. It's taking valuable iron. They could be doing other stuff. It's fine though. Clearly, supplies are holding up. Oh, and steady. Okay, we're safe over here. This one's actually arcing away a little bit. Quick measurement here being just lay the mouse cursor on, like, the corner there and watch as it flies by. Hit the same spot, so that one was just going pretty well vertically. With the reactors, more lasers might be worthwhile to save bullets. The fusion core makes electricity abundant. Get a sense of that available supply now. 161 power capacity. Leave the switch on for the fission out here. Back up now that things seem to have stabilized a bit for munitions. 'And the way to increase the ammo supply further would be to throw down more foundries. To cast iron faster. Or adjust the modular layouts on the foundries I have. Okay, good. Just a damage alert from Novice. Got some speeds. Have 1 speeds. The productive capacity to make additional speeds while in motion. Solar panels aren't doing much of anything this far out now, so I could afford to clear the deck. $12,000 damage taken and survived. No, there's overpen on the... I guess, yeah, that makes sense. That there would be overpen on the railgun. Yeah, because, like, it draws a line. Entities damaged. Yeah, down. Okay, nothing exploded yet. heat all the way down if you don't mind. The copper part of this is also for the railgun rounds and thus not very important. Cast more iron. Cast all of the iron you've got. We're nearly there, though. And station keeping. The front did not fall off. The hull plating contributed to keeping the ship intact. I'm out of repair packs, aren't I? Always make more of these circuits that I've kept available. Have some sort of damage control machine. Yeah, that one's safe. And the ammo count is recovering a little. All the piercing rounds got flared off. Yeah, this one has a bit of danger. But it will clear. soon. $380. Game large. And overall, been good. The annoying bits were not enough to detract from the overall experience. Space! Net positive quality.